Welcome to this service mourning those who have died from gun violence. I'm the Reverend Dr. Colin Bossen, and along with the Reverend D. Scott Cooper and the First Unitarian Universalist Church of Houston, I thank you for your presence and participation today. This afternoon we'll be reading the known names of those who have died in Harris County during 2022 from gun violence. To this tragic list, we will be adding the locations of mass shootings that have taken place this year and the school shootings that have taken place since Columbine. This service is being held the same weekend as the National Rifle Association is holding their annual conference in Indiana. Each year, the NRA gathers to celebrate the arms industry and advocate for the proliferation of guns and by implication violence across the United States. In the Unitarian Universalist tradition, we hold that each human being has inherent worth and dignity, in contrast to the NRA's pattern of combating common sense gun laws and working to prevent the end of deaths by firearms. We're holding this day of mourning to use our thoughts and prayers to inspire an end to gun violence across the country. We do this because of the respect we have for human life and the trust we place in the power of human hands and hearts and minds to end this needless epidemic. This is a service of lamentation. Lamentations are expressions of grief connected to loss brought on by misfortune, disaster, or catastrophe. They are one of the oldest literary genres and most ancient of funerary rituals. In the Hebrew Bible, we find the words, "For these things I do weep. My eyes flow with tears. Far from me is any comforter who might revive my spirit. For these things I do weep." We gather in lamentation to share grief, to acknowledge death, to express our anger at the horrors that have been brought by the human folly of gun violence. We are marking more than the needless murders and suicides of the dead. We are pausing to honor what their absence means for those who have survived, for parents, for children, for loved ones who now experience them only as absence and must live with their deaths each day. Such grief, such tragedy is beyond a single heart or a solitary mind to comprehend. We come together today because we know that by gathering and commemorating the dead, we can offer each other some solace, express a shared love for the great family of all souls of which we are all a part, and provide an opportunity for healing. We also gather in power, for we know that it is only by joining together that we can find the strength to overcome this needless epidemic. Leslie Morrison, a member of this congregation and an organizer with Moms Demand Action, will now offer some additional words.
It's wonderful seeing all of you in the sanctuary where I sit on Sundays with my family, who is sitting over there in the spot that we normally sit. I'd sworn I would never set foot in a church again, but Unitarian Universalism's principles aligned with my values. The principles are not dogma or doctrine. They are a guide for how to live our lives. The second principle, justice, equity, and compassion in human relations, is about our role in community. It's about collective responsibility. I had this principle in mind when I became the Fort Bend local group leader for Moms Demand Action in 2019. Texas has had 8 high-profile mass shootings, 4 of the deadliest in modern history, and the incidents of daily gun violence that too often don't make headlines. Yet our state leaders continue to refuse to take meaningful action. Instead, they have only loosened gun laws. Individualism and misconstrued rights pushed by gun lobby extremists have been placed above our collective responsibility for one another. Common sense gun safety policies are proven to be effective at reducing gun violence, including mass shootings. Some of the proven solutions include closing background check loopholes, passing extreme risk laws, limiting access to assault weapons and high-capacity magazines, passing the Disarm Hate Act, funding violence intervention programs. These programs are proven to reduce gun violence in the most impacted neighborhoods. Please visit Channing Hall today, so when you walk out of the church here, you can go into the main part of the church. We have quite a few community violence intervention programs there. And you can see what they're doing here in Harris County. 59% of adults in America are survivors of gun violence, either experiencing gun violence themselves or caring for someone who has experienced gun violence in their lifetimes. Behind every gun violence statistic are countless stories of parents who never got to kiss their kids goodbye, gunshot victims living with physical and emotional wounds, entire families heartbroken by gun suicide, or witness of gun crime living with trauma. Today, you will hear survivor stories and the names of those who died by gun violence in our community last year. I ask that you commit yourself to honoring survivors with action. Thank you.
We now begin our service with a chalice lighting. In the Unitarian Universalist tradition, we kindle a flame when we gather together. The fire represents the light of truth and the warmth of love that resides within each of us. The chalice itself signifies the way in which we hold each other in community.
Please join me in the spirit that some name prayer and others name meditation. O Spirit of life, known to humanity by many names, some familiar to all, some only utterable by a particular tradition, that which some call the divine and others think of as that natural force that drives living creatures ever forward and binds families, community, and all being together. We invoke your presence this afternoon. We invoke your presence so that you might be with us throughout this service of lamentation and help us to hold grief and the grief of all of those who have lost loved ones to gun violence while we recite the names of the deceased in Harris County. I offer a prayer. May the names we read, may the words we speak, may the testimonies we share, may the music we hear, may the candles we light, may the silence we sit in bring honor to the dead, and some greater spark of healing, hope, beauty, and peace into the world. May the memories of the dead inspire us to action. For though we have gathered in a service of prayer, we understand that prayers alone in the face of horror are meaningless. Let what we do now be understood as an act of love for the great family of all souls of which we are each a part. Let it be a reminder that love can be stronger than hate, and that hope will remain as long as one person is willing to reach out to another with an act of compassion. May love and compassion grow with us, in these hours, so that we might collectively find the strength to overcome what must be overcome and bring an end to gun violence. That it might be so, I invite those gathered here and those gathered online to say Amen.
We now begin the reading of the names of those who died in 2022 in Harris County from gun violence. Ms. Silpon?
Italia McGregor, John Goodney, Eric Gabrick, Cameron Bell, Darren Williams, Sherman Payton, Rodolfo de Leon, Tasia Gardner, Courtney Glaze, Miles Everett, Edward Fettigan, Leroy Butts, Cynthia Shulin, Larry Shulin, Rotumi Alayewe, Brandon Bowman, Lenise Salaya, Devian Dunbar, Maria Garrett, Brian Dark, Damon Alvarez, Rudy Dominguez, Andre Walton, Robert Jonigan, Lupe Mungia, Tristan Fontenot, Jose Turbiartes, Gabriel Caraballo, Robin Bakum, Isina Ukwa Chukwu, Keith Hood, John Broussard, Keith Jackson, Narissa Wright, Amanda Crowder, Malachi Williams, Avanti King, Emily Pogue, Joel Valencia Martinez, Davies Ogungbemi, Andrew Leons, Adrian Martinez, Paulina Vega Yanes, Daniel Thompson, Derek Lopez, Hayden Burns, Haley Burns, Caden Scadera, Jesus Barron, Noel Vargas, Lee Johnson, James Leah, Jermaine Mims, Kane Williams, Jeffron Chambers, Nicholas Kroom, Nathas Bernard, Heriberto Barajas Coria, Dion Henderson, Darren Lewis, William Blake, Christopher Navarrete, Apolino Alvarado, Charles Galloway, Robert Duat, Terrell Collins Milligan, Jose Martinez, Rebecca Bradley, Ramiro Valdez, Daniel Castillo, Austin Havocan, Ella DeYoung, Jerónimo Erazo Centeno, Jose Lopez, Michael Hernandez, Athea Bean, Lee Mayfield, John Hall, Anissa Young, Andy Garcia, David Ferre, Vincent Nolan, Luis Uribe, Chanita Cervantes.
Is Reverend Troy here? I'll signal you.
Jessica Mesa Thurman, Brad Pascal, Gary White, Jerry Harris, Darius Dugas, Joseph Emerson, Brianna Griffin, Oscar Smith, Erica Hall, Chris Cavazos, William Franco, Luis Tercios, Romanita Smith, Anthony Hip, Alexis Cantu, Patrick Batiste, Charian Lockett, Arturo Pacina Rodriguez, John Kelly, Amari Telemac, Rodney Sandals, Muhammad Qureshi, Robin Dush, William Hearn, Gabrielle Denise, Janice Dinkins, Jose Canales, Carlos Rivera, Jeremy Parr, Jermal Gassaway, Charisma de la Garza, Jesus Rodriguez, Cordell Stokes, Eric Villeda, Jamie Ballesteros, Robert Therio, Dontre Thomas, Rumina Alizarie, Dalvin Emery, Lamar Johnson, Spencer Nichols, Arlene Alvarez, Clayton Sevi, Alan Huracha, Luis Rodriguez, Joshua Hearn Sewell, Stephen Chandler, Billy Johnson, David Ortiz Orozco, C. Taschenberg, Daniel Brown, Adam Phillips, John Massengill, Lamar Boyer, Jason Moore, Cody Gerard, Luis Mauricio Cordova, Rosman Morales, Taylor Couts, Chandler Coffey, Jonathan Oganisaro, Kendall Lee, Gonzalo Lazaric Garcia, Victor Reyes, Alex Blackman, Donta Adger, Kuang Pham, Neil Adams, Ziz Harrison, Clifton Zeno, Carlos Tarek, Indigo Garza, Richard Vella, Walter Hutchins, Donielle Whitfield, Justin Davidson, LaPreston Porter, Marvin Vasquez Corrales, Trevin Daniels, Terrence Davis, Jose Rodriguez.
Katrina Schold. Do 2 pages.
Ronald Rojas, Vicky Pilrose, Hayden McEnroth, Jalen Mays, Maria Gutierrez, Shane Smith, Javier Degollado, Jake Roach, James Berry, Christopher Garcia, Terry Holmes, Alberto Riascos, Rolando Romero, Graylin Rucker, Noel Torres, Byron Gomez, Devontae Sutton, Philip Rogers, Angel Rodriguez, Marcelo Suarez, Dana Wilson, Brian Zamora, Saeed Diaz, Lavadrick Singletary, Roxanne Ennis, Cristino Garcia, Adrina Tillis, Richard Soberski, Morton Honig, Cody Clegg, Jonathan Abrego, Brad Kulak, Raimundo Alzamora, Desiree Tarkington, Jose Hernandez, Danielle Searles, Rufus Banks, Anthony Tortora, Doran Kelly, Joshua Pedraza, Joseph Davis, Joseph Jimenez, Robert King, Robert Voss, Jay Campbell, Joseph Lockhart, Dominique Partida, Robert Butler, Sean Diaz, Nathan Orozco, Crystal Walker, Casey Curry, Alvaro Abarca Flores, Wallace Dennis, Julia Harris, Robert Clark, Thierry Robinson, Matthew Archild, Alicia Aragon, Randall Cornor, Eliza Trujillo, Charles Dade, Melhem Hajar, Brian Ulin, Michael Dugas, Abbott Garrett, Darren Almendarez, Isabella Gonzalez, Cynthia Cervantes, Kenneth Hale, Angel Lopez Tomas, Cynthia Dennison, Alante Royal, Joel Welch, Miguel Garcia, Juan Ruffin, Joseph Handley, George Vaughn, Brian Harries, Derico Moore, Amber Butler, Jacob Johnson, James Durden, Christopher Perrin, Kai Duvall, Richard Nichols, Donsha Clark. Want me to keep going? That's 2 pages. Okay.
So Sarah Sudoff will now offer us a performative meditation. Her artist statement is found in the order of service.
Thank you for that, Sarah. So when the board of the church approved a resolution I proposed in February to hold this event, I immediately contacted Shannon Watts, who is the founder of Moms Demand Action, and I let her know, and she was so excited. She really wanted to be here. However, she already had a family commitment. So this video is definitely for all of you moms volunteers who I love seeing. There are quite a few of them who are helping out in the main part of the church, but please listen to Moms Demand Action founder Shannon Watts.
Hi everyone. I just wanted to pop in and say thank you so much today for showing up. I'm in Indiana visiting my daughter, but I couldn't not make a video and say thank you for all you do. Survivors of gun violence are the North Star of our movement, and it's the reason we all wake up and do this work every single day. It's been truly an honor of a lifetime for me to work every day, shoulder to shoulder with gun violence survivors. The stories that I hear that are so heartbreaking, but also change hearts and minds of lawmakers. I've seen it over and over again. I know this work can be tough in a place like Texas. And the other thing I've seen in the last decade of doing this work across the country is that politics is cyclical and it changes, and it doesn't change for the better unless we do the unglamorous heavy lifting of grassroots activism day in and day out. It is really that incremental work that eventually leads to revolutions. And you know, I'm in Indiana this weekend, and the NRA is here, and so are our volunteers, who will not stop until we elect gun sense candidates who will save lives. So I know you feel the same way in Texas, and again, I'm just so incredibly grateful for all of your work. Honor the pain and the suffering that gun violence has caused you and your loved ones, and we are here as an organization to support you and also to help you tell your stories and to save the lives of other people in America from this horrific and preventable crisis that has been created by lawmakers who want our loved ones to stand up to gunmen because they are too weak to stand up to the gun lobby. Thank you for all you do, and thinking of you this weekend.
I am definitely grateful to be here. I wish I didn't have to be here because I wish we didn't have this problem that is continuous to permeate communities, not just in Harris County or Fort Bend or Texas, but this is an American problem. And I really am grateful for Moms Demand Action. I want to thank Leslie for inviting me. And no matter how busy my schedule was, I wanted to be here because we have a responsibility as lawmakers to speak truth to power. I think this is such an important event to call out the names of the deceased, those who have been victims of gun violence. And there are far too many names. And just one is too many. But we know that we've had a record number of deaths. And I don't know about you, and I know, Pastor, sometimes you get here and you're preaching to the choir, so I know I'm probably preaching to the choir today, but I know we feel enough is enough. As a father of 3, I can't imagine the pain and the anguish of mothers and fathers and brothers and sisters and grandparents who are burying their loved ones. I've met with Uvalde families this session at the Capitol, and it was just heartbreaking. It took everything in me to hold back the tears because I was just imagining, what if it was my children who were in school, in elementary at the time of Uvalde, at Robb Elementary School. My children were in school in Siena, and it could have been me. It could have been any one of us. So we have to have empathy, even if we didn't directly experience it, indirectly. We've known people. We know that this happens far too often, and we've become almost numb to it. And I don't want us to be numb to it. I don't want it to be so common that it's just another headline. We should all be outraged. This is a problem that cannot be totally eliminated, but it can be minimized if we make efforts. The solution is not to do nothing. And so I am pledging to continue to plow ahead with Moms Demand Action and people of good conscience to work for a better America, a better Texas, where we eventually, I hope that we can end the sale of assault rifles to civilians. They need to be with the military. Those are military-style weapons, and our only exception I would make except the military is police. That's what I would say. But in the meantime, let's at least raise the age from 18 to 21. That's the least we could do. You can't be 18 and buy cigarettes because we, as the Texas legislature, 2 sessions ago, we raised the age. We know many moons ago, we raised the age to purchase alcohol from 18 to 21. And the least we could do is raise the age to purchase assault rifles. We need to close the gun show loopholes. We need background checks on everyone. There's no reason why you can go to George R. Brown at a gun show and buy a gun without a background check, an internet sale, a private sale. In the parking lot, you could meet me and I could legally sell you my gun with no requirement of a background check. But if you go to a gun store, they have to do one. That is ridiculous. Red flag laws work. And so I pledge to continue to work with Moms Demand Action. I'm so grateful that next week in the Capitol, we have some bills that we're bringing forth. I have bills. Representative Vicki Goodwin has bills. There are bills that are going to have a hearing. And we're going to do everything we can. You know, I'm a man of faith, but I know that my faith teaches me that faith without works is dead. And so we can't just pray, but we have to work. We pray. Yes, we pray. That is the foundation. But the Lord didn't just say stop with praying. We have to do our part. We have to continue to make sure that we don't just hope and pray every time something happens and pray it doesn't happen again. We have to do our part to make it more difficult to get guns into the hands of the dangerous, mentally ill, and criminals. We have to do everything we can to keep our children and our citizens in this state safe. So as we read these names, let's not let their lives be in vain. Let's continue to pray for the families that continue to mourn. It never ends. You know, I didn't lose a child or anyone directly, but I have friends that have. And I know every day is a difficult day. And so as everyone continues to grapple, there's an empty table at someone's kitchen when they have a dinner. There's an empty table when someone visits a family member for Thanksgiving or Christmas or New Year's or whatever holiday, a birthday. So people every day. And shame on us if we don't do something about it. And so I'm asking everyone to continue to roll up your sleeves, continue to, in the words of John Lewis, make good trouble, continue to march, continue to write letters, continue to make phone calls, continue to protest, continue to vote. This isn't a partisan issue. This isn't a black, white, Hispanic, Asian. This is an American issue. Every American should be adamant about gun safety laws because they impact everyone. Those bullets don't have a direction for a color, a creed, a national origin. They don't care. They are equal opportunity destructors, and they bring pain upon everyone. And that is why all of us have a common cause to fight and continue to work until we do this. So thank you to this church, to the pastors, to everyone, all the volunteers, all of the people here reading names. I'm going to keep those families in my prayers because I know that their lives are disrupted forever, not just one day. This is a forever issue. And so if we can save one life, we've made a difference. So thank you, and may God continue to bless everyone, and may we all continue to pray and do our part to make Texas a better, safer place for children to go to school safe, because we've had violence in churches, the most safe places, movie theaters, shopping centers, workplaces, you name it. There's no place that's safe in people's homes. I mean, so we have a responsibility, a moral obligation to do something. And I know Moms Demand Action will not stop, and I won't either until we do. Thank you. Thank you, Leslie.
Laura Lee Francis Bedminster, are you here to read names?
Carrie Mouton, Dwayne Wilkerson, Theodore Escobedo, Shekhar Brantley, Danielle Montiel, Frank Boyd, Robert Travis, Robert Clark, Juan Gonzalez, Danielle Moore, Juanita Wills Pruitt, Alva Lopez Rivera, Donald Shelvin, Samo Piertanel, Marcus Burkett, Jonathan Eichman, Devon Shaw, Jeremy Wheaton, Dana Doyle, Sarah Jones, Juan Benavides, David Fiscal Ortega, Timothy Gonzalez, Felicia Sanders, Ronnie Caesar, Troy Odom, Kenneth Compton, Larry Williams, Isaac Gowder, Joseph Cola, Gavin Williamson, DeAndre Barnes, Sharome Eveline, Justin Gonzalez, Nicholas Alfred, Marvin Billingsley, Jorge Martinez, Daniel Fritz, Jonathan Hurd, Ned Sapp, Bruno Diaz, Omar Weldon, Malik Romero, Carlos Granillo, Takeda Davis, Tremaine Young, Freddie Warren, Juan Campos, Ben Frank Onwubara, Mac McKinney, Olegario Aguilar, Keishan Betts, Shannon Varnell, Ashley Macias, Dexter Caesar, Alex Morris, Betsy Oliva Almaguer, Jalen Randall, Lauren Huma, David Batts, Corey Smith, Adrian Robinson, James Lewis, Kirkland Tomasco, Isaac Ross, Treshan Porter, Crescencio Francisco, DeAndre Barnes, Michael Cronin, Thomas Wilson, Joshua Mendoza, Gregory Perry, Corey Meacham, Dion Pouncey, Sterling Gilbert, Maria Solis Caballero, Gregory Scott, Jordan McCormick, Joshe Baldwin, Anthony Galentine, Ryan Gomez Lupian, Danielle Jaffet, James Hargrove, Axel Tusios, Donald Crawford, Dustin Gregory, Javen Hubbard.
We will now have a time for silent prayer, meditation, and reflection. Silence takes us deeper than words ever do. If during this time you would like to come forward and light a candle in memory of someone, please do. There's also space there if you brought a photo that you would like to leave there for the time being. So we now enter into a time of silence. I now invite you to find one of the teal hymnals near you in the pew and turn to number 1009. This is called Meditation on Breathing, and we'll be doing it several times throughout the afternoon. And some of you may not know it. Some of you are familiar faces and can sing extra loud to help those who are unfamiliar. And Chelsea is going to play it through once for us so we can get it in our ear. All right, and there's some descants and some harmonies for those of you who are very bold and great singers. So we shall begin. In, I'll breathe in peace. When I breathe out, I'll breathe out love. When I breathe in, I'll breathe in peace. When I breathe out, I'll breathe out love. When I breathe in, I'll breathe in peace. When I breathe out, I'll breathe out love. Thank you. You'll have a chance to sing that several times this afternoon.
Rhonda Hart joined the Democratic movement in 2008 thanks to Sarah Palin. A longtime Alaska resident, she was not impressed with Palin's platform as the VP nomination. Since then, it's been steadily growing to become more. She's been steadily growing to become more active in the party. Facing the tragedy of gun violence in 2018, Rhonda joined several gun violence prevention groups. In summer 2022, she helped pass the Kimberly Vaughn Safe Storage Firearms Act. She's currently working with survivors in Austin. She lives nearby with her son and 2 goofy dogs. Everyone please welcome Rhonda Hart.
Hi. Oh my gosh, that's really loud. I'm Rhonda Hart, and as Leslie said, I am a survivor of the original school shooting in Texas at Santa Fe High School in 2018. It's been almost 5 years now since that shooting happened. It was a direct cause of easy access to firearms on behalf of the father didn't lock up his guns securely, and the son was mentally unwell, had easy access to them, and he went and killed 10 people at the high school and then injured 13 more. And so since then, I have been very, very active and very, very vocal that this is a national problem and we need to fix it. Like Leslie said, I helped pass the Kimberly Vaughn Safe Storage Act last summer and went to the White House. That was super cool. I'm here today to talk about some of the gun bills that are coming up in Austin. Tuesday is going to be a super busy day for gun bills in the House of Representatives in Austin and in the Senate. Myself, Rosie Stone, and a couple other families from Santa Fe will be making the drive over to testify on SB 435, which is an evidence disclosure bill. After 5 years, we're still not allowed to have the autopsy reports of our loved ones because our shooter is in mental health care. And as long as he remains in mental health care, we don't stand trial. We're not allowed to have our reports, and so we'll be testifying on 435. That bill is retroactive, and it also would apply to less radical murders across the state. So it could impact thousands of people statewide. At the same time, in the House of Representatives, the Uvalde families will be testifying on Raise the Age. And that is a huge Moms Demand Action event right now. There is a code that you can text to join and become a part of that conversation. There will also be places online to submit your written testimony if you cannot attend the hearings in Austin, because they don't make it easy on purpose. They make it very, very challenging for us to get over there. So if Raise the Age evidence disclosure is important to you, and any of those other gun bills that are floating around right now, there's several of them, look up the bill online, find out which committee it has been referred to, and then if you're a constituent of that committee, then you need to call that representative and tell them expressly, my name's Rhonda, I live in your district, I want you to support Bill 435, for example. I can tell you that 435 is referred to the Criminal Justice Committee in the Texas Senate, and that's Pete Flores, John Whitmire, Phil King, Joan Huffman, just a couple of names off the top of my head. I don't know what committee the Raise the Age has been referred to, but you can look that up very easy. I guess if anybody has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. It doesn't look like there's any or anything, but that's my speech. Anything else? Thank you. Okay.
Sorry, we're having to shuffle a few things around, and I'm trying to make sure I'm doing it in the right order. So I believe now we continue with the reading of names, and Laura Lee, are you here? Pardon? Oh, you read last. Okay. No problem, no problem. Then I will move to is I'm going to ask Chelsea to play again for a few minutes while we regather. Thank you. Thank you so much. I think I found my place. Millie Mitchell. Thanks. Can you read 2 pages?
Thank you. Brian Phillips, Jose Morales, Victoria Robles, Michael Frazier, Antonio Green, Aaron Moore, Jillian Padilla Reyes, Meredith Singh, Michael Moransky, Demetrius Sampson, Tyler Mitchell, Tommy King, Christopher Johnson, Kevin Wright, Wagi Ally, Edward Gray, Sammy Yvetz, Jose Ramirez, David Perkins, Diamond McLemore, Artie Francis, Victor Arzate Tavira, Juan Romero, Alicia Lavallee, Amber Rodriguez, Carlos Cias, Charles Waltman, Sean Martin, Leah Helm, Joseph Segura, Van Wynn, Xavier Thomas, James South, Devin Nawuchi, Khadija Mohammed, Sadia Manzoor, Inayat Bibi, Mohammed Ali, Keegan Spears, Samuel Frias, Maurice White, Stepan Orgirko, Christopher Dantzler, John Smith, Christopher McDonald, Evanis Barron, Federico Villarreal, Jose Gonzalez, Anthony Pacheco, Blake Wilson, Leonard Walker, Muhammad Azan, Charles Guidry, Harry Nadaf, Juan Argote Torres, Rigoberto Juarez Torres, Martin Argote Torres, Corday Patterson, Charlie Walker, Davion Smith, John Gentry, Eleazar Cantu, Andre Garner, Jeremy Jones, Robin Nichols, Rosemary Young, Mark Aguilar, Alejandra Valdez Almares, Derek Delane, Ulrich Codrington, Timothy Williams, Stephen Hunter, Anthony Williams, Felix Castillo, Malik Carr, Jose Duran, Rashad Dupree, Jacob Blair, Gabriel Palacios, Miguel Gracia, Donnie Williams, Willie Williams, Kevin Daquilla, Labine Lobo Izaguirre,
Kathy Lamb.
Peter Moreno, Lawrence Morales, Eurythie Calvo Vasquez, Joaquin Torres, Paul Villagran, Giovanni Evaristo, Denitza Rossetti, Lisa Daniel, Michael Van Gorder, Harlan Buckner, Julian Castro, Doynell Soto, Kiara Blackshear, Tremaine Johnson, Michael Nunez, London Jones, Malcolm MacDonald, Taylin Hawkins, Thomas Stoker, Carlos Mathis, Chelsea Miller, Titiana Boss, Anthony Harris, Stephen Campbell, Michael Morris, Ramon Blanco, Kelvin Shaver, Forrest Jackson, Paul Vasquez, Jose Del Cid, Nicoletti Davis, Melina Torres, Kylie Sorrells, Edwin Hill, Manuel Garcia, Johnny Williams, Charles Ward, Zatarian Franken, Jeffrey Meyer, Terrence Lewis, Alicia Laughlin, Anthony Merchant, David Martinez, DeMontre Williams, Jorge Jaimes, Pranathi Dulapala, Danny Dela Cruz, Luis Espinosa, Jaime Marcus Clemens, Robert Morgan, Tommy Farr, Lawrence Cartledge, Sean Ramirez, Robert Mayes, Joshua Jackson, David Beverly, Ashley Wallace, Ruben Galado, Terry Evans, Christian Serrato Romero, Durant Williams, Brian Garcia Arias, Magdalena Rodriguez, Shango Smith, Alexander Sabatier, Davion Jones, Ronald Mouton, Shaquille Lewis, Malik Walker, Carrick Sowell, Devontre King, Kalan Morgan, Patrick Maldonado, Carrie Sifford, Joseph Miranda, Yatravels Williams, William Jackson, Joe Shavira, Tristan Rodriguez, Damian Gillian, Jabiman Briscoe, Logan Brown, Jonathan Lowe.
I'd like to invite up Reverend Vanessa Monroe to offer us a prayer.
Good afternoon. Let us pray. Rachel can be heard in Ramah, weeping for her children because they are no more. Gracious God, we, your people called by your name, humble ourselves and pray. Gather ourselves in this place, connected to one another by the devastation of such trauma in our land. God, we ask for your grace and your mercy. We ask for your covering and your peace. We ask for your gentle nudge. We ask, oh God, that you would be present to us, that you would lean your ear towards us, find us in all of the places where we are. We ask your peace for those who grieve deeply, sincerely. God, we ask your comfort, your ability to hold us in ways that we can't quite imagine. We ask your grace for those children who have witnessed such evil in their classrooms, that you would heal their hearts and minds. For families who are suffering loss, God, we lay them at your altar, realizing that we are not capable of providing the care and the love that you can. But use us, our hands, our feet, our voices, our hearts, to do the work that changes minds and hearts and systems. God, we ask your grace for this day, that you would get glory, that we would be blessed, and that your peace might abide. And we pray this in all of the names by which we know you. Amen and Ashe.
I'd like to invite Carolyn Minks to come forward and share her story.
July 3rd, 2011, my life changed forever. The world as I knew it would never be the same due to the murder of my 20-year-old son, Rashad Minix. I can still to this day see the doctors coming from down the halls of Bentop Hospital waiting room to deliver what I prayed would be good news. Instead, it was the opposite. Everything around me seemed blurry. It took several minutes to fully comprehend what he said. I tried my best to process it, but I couldn't. I was angry at God. I just couldn't understand why God would do that to me and my husband. I asked God, why my baby? Why my only son? A good Christian young man who's making a difference in our community. Rashad Minix was a 2010 graduate of Jack Yates High School School of Communications. He was a full-time student at Sawyer Rouse in Alpine, Texas. A man who cut elderly seniors' grass on Saturday mornings. A man who loved so many and so many loved him. A man who was expecting his first child. Then one day God answered and said, I gave him to you and Roby for just a little while. He belonged to me. The assignment I sent Rashad here to do had been completed. I still was dealing with the grief, the hurt, the anger, the depression. My faith was shaken, and I didn't want to hear anything God had to say to me. The breakthrough came for me when so many of Rashad's friends shared with me their testimonies of how Rashad changed their lives, how he fed so many at Jack Yates by selling his snacks, how he literally gave the shirt off his back to several, how his talks prevented one from committing suicide. I not only heard from the friends, I was hearing testimonies from the adults that knew Rashad as well. I then understood what God meant that his assignment here on earth had been done. And it was now up to me and his father to continue sharing with the world who Rashad Minix is. I accepted my assignment, and that was to continue the legacy of Rashad Minix, to let the world know that the work he's done will speak for him. I had to start the process of telling his baby girl all about Rashad Landon Minix. My husband and I started the Rashad Minix Foundation, where I speak from time to time to youth and young adults about the effects of gun violence, assist high school seniors in preparing for college. I then became a bereavement member. I became a part of the bereavement ministry at my church, South Union Missionary Baptist Church. I became a part of the No More Bloodshed movement, the Village of Mothers, which is a support group for mothers who have lost children. What I didn't realize while going through my journey was that although I was mad at God, He was walking beside me and taking care of me, even when I felt alone and wanted to give up. God had a plan and a purpose for me. This journey that I've been on, now going on 11 years, has not been easy. It's a day-to-day struggle, but I survived. I survived so that I can share my story with hopes that it will cause someone, somebody, some girl, some boy, some man, or some woman to stop the gun violence and put down all the weapons and stop the murders. This testing of my faith produced perseverance. Thank you.
We again come to a time of silence, of prayer, of meditation. I again invite you, if you would like to come and light a candle or set a photograph on the altar in order to remember someone. Not that you have to light a candle to remember them, as you're well aware, but you are invited to do so. Silence can take us deeper than words or music ever can. I again invite you to turn in the teal hymnals to page 1009 and join with me in singing the meditation on breathing. Again, I'll ask Chelsea to play through it once. We now continue with the readings of names. Melinda Mejia. I'm sorry if I pronounced your name wrong. Okay, can you read 2 pages?
Judah Flanagan. Dasean Small Payne, Timothy Dare, Anthony Hogan, David Castillo, Tempe Shelton, Michael Dawson, Brittany Simmons, Anthony Cortez, Blake Davenport, Juan Vera, Javier Hernandez, Dylan Denman, Cameron Allen, Quaid Tyson, Kamaya Donaldson, Leonel Elizondo Lopez, Thomas Mason, Joseph Barwinski, Ivan Pollock, Jimmy Stone, Adam Adame, Kenny Page, William Deaton, Damon Simmons, Kelly Hunter, Colton McMillan, Roderick Brooks, Jorge Lopez Iscano, Joseph Sylvester, George Powers, Porsche Mendoza, Santiago Longoria, Chris Roberts, Timothy George, Krishina Lee, Nkosi Jackson, Deshaun Celestine, David Ferrum, Tristan Saldivar, Sean Schrettweiser, Pauline Mess, Roy Lee Delafosse, Raymond Jones, Stephen De Leon, Daniel Martin, Francisco Medina, Brooklyn Edwards, DeMarcus Payton, Carlos Arellano Longares, Jorge Torres Arellano, Williams Canton Reyes, Jonathan Hassin, Juan Jimenez, Ellen Obenor, William Obenor, Jose Gregorio, James Beebe, Meregildo Chajón Castillo, Manuel Ramos, Justin Ford, Jeremy Johnson, Joseph Bernard, Jalen Williams, Kenneth Bolt, Brandis Williams, Jeffrey Bundrant, Messiah Brooks, Royce Neal, Judy Moyes, Concepción Calderón Cruz, Marcos Alejandro, Lucio Buruca, Johnny Johnson, Carlos Machado, Iván Esqueda, Thomas Bustamante, John Carter Carwalls, Justice Bartlett, Sean Chandler, Jose Muro Rojero, Pedro Martinez, James Spalding, Maurenzo Smith.
Thank you so much, Chelsea. That was really lovely. We now pause during this time of mourning for contemplation and reflection. This is a time that some call meditation and others name prayer. Breathe in the love, healing, and acceptance. Breathe out the sorrow and stress. Open your mind. Open your heart. God of many names and mystery beyond all our naming, God of those who have died by gun violence, and the families and friends who mourn those who have died, and God of those who pulled the trigger, God of those who toil for common sense gun reform, God of those who value their perceived rights over the lives of others, and God of those who choose profits and power over human beings. God of all who are affected in myriad ways by this culture of gun violence that has come to define our country. A country whose civic history is interwoven with oppression and the use of guns. A country whose religious history is interwoven with the misuse of power and the use of violence. Today, we come before you to confess our shame and anger and to acknowledge our grief. We mourn fiercely. We mourn deeply. We are confused, hurt, and anxious. We claim our faith, our aspirations, our devotion. We affirm our hopes and dreams even as we continue to labor to compel this carnage to end. God of all, today we gather to mourn each of those slain by gun violence. The number of victims swells each week. The number of families who mourn the dead increases by the day. The pain of those affected grows by the hour. We ask that you give them comfort and heal their hearts. Let them know we mourn with them and join with them to do all we can to end the bloodshed. We pray in the names of all those known and unknown, present and absent, remembered and forgotten. We pray in the names of all helpers of humankind. Amen.
Monica Ford, if you're here for your share your story. No. Okay.
My name is LaJoy Curry. In 1991, I was going to a homecoming dance, and it was not my high school's homecoming. It was actually our basketball rivals team, and as I waited in the car for my aunt's boyfriend to go to the door to see how much the admission was for the party, I heard someone yell and 3 pops. And I I felt a burning sensation in my side. And I yelled to my aunt, "Get down, I think somebody's shooting." And I was sitting there, and all of a sudden I felt wetness on my side. And I said, "Something's wrong. I think I've been hit." And she's like, "What? You're in the car." A bullet came, one of those 3 pops. The bullet came through the door. I was sitting in the back seat, and the bullet came through the door, and it hit me in the side. And because this wasn't my hometown, I'm from a small town in Tennessee. This wasn't my hometown. We were in a different town. We didn't know where the hospital was. I sit in the car, and my aunt didn't wait for her boyfriend to come back. She just jumped in the driver's seat, and we started driving around this town, not knowing where to go. She said, "Are you sure you've been shot?" And I said, "Well, I'm bleeding. There's blood on my hand. So I'm pretty sure." And we didn't know where to go, so we pulled into a gas station. And she ran into the gas station, and there was a pastor and his wife in the gas station. And they just ran out of the gas station and said, "Follow us, we'll take you to the hospital." So my aunt drove me to the hospital, and that's where we found out that I had been shot. The bullet had penetrated my kidney, and because we were in this small town, that hospital could not handle the emergency. So I had to be airlifted to Memphis, Tennessee, where there was a more capable team. And there they had to remove my kidney. So I had to deal with that the summer after my freshman year of high school, before going to my sophomore year. So I missed the first 2 6 weeks grading periods of my sophomore year because I was recovering from a gunshot wound. And the terror of that stayed with me for a long time. I wanted to be a cheerleader forever. And actually, after I was back in high school, my sophomore year, I made the cheerleading squad, but anytime we played that team, I couldn't go to that game. I said, "I can't go to that city. I can't go to that town because I'm not ready." And it wasn't, and this was 30 years ago, and it wasn't until I was in my late to mid 20s that I was able to actually even set foot in that town again. And when I think about the different school shootings that happen, or even the drills that the kids have to go through, I think about the trauma of not even being able to go to a town because something so traumatic happened there. And this happened the summer after my freshman year, going into my sophomore year. My senior year in high school, my cousin was shot and killed. I did not know, actually, because of all of the school shootings or mass shootings, period. I am in therapy. And I said, I wanted to heal from anything so that I can do this work that I want to do and not feel traumatized by it. What I did not realize is that I carried survivor's guilt when my cousin died my senior year and I survived. I didn't understand why I was able to stay and he did not. But I believe it's because I have work to do. So today I would like to say his name, Tester E.D. Berry. He did not survive his wounds from a fatal gunshot wound. Thank you.
Leslie, would you like to come up and read some names?
Stephen De Leon, Daniel Martin, Francisco Medina, Brooklyn Edwards, DeMarcus Payton, Carlos Ariano Langare, Jorge Torres Arellano, Williams Canton Reyes, Jonathan Hazin, Juan Jimenez, Ellen Obenor, William Obenor, Jose Gregorio, James Bibe, Mariedo Cheon Castillo, Manuel Ramos, Justin Ford, Jeremy Johnson, Joseph Bernard, Jalen Williams, Kenneth Bolt, Brandis Williams, Jeffrey Bundrant, Messiah Brooks, Royce Neal, Judy Moyes, Concepcion Calderon Cruz, Marcos Alejandro, Lucio Baruca, Johnny Johnson, Carlos Machado, Ivan Esqueda, Thomas Bustamante, John Carter Carwalls, Justice Bartlett, Sean Chandler, Jose Muro Royero, Pedro Martinez, James Spalding, Lorenzo Smith, Kevin Jones, Jeremiah Ponce, Thomas Alvarado, Christopher Ryan, Christian Ventura Cruz, Stephen Harris, Nelson Castro, Andrew Cole, Victor Garcia, Irma Moa, Samuel Roa, Jamarcus Taylor, Kirsten Higgs, Eric Pizzo, James Martin, Joshua Perkins, Charlie Castaneda, Jeffrey Brock, Johnny Jones, Jose Adams, Ronald Brisky, Judea Gairdry, John Trey Richardson, Russell Martin, Christopher Mannery, McKeel Tilley, Eli Elias Yosef, Dennis Chinchilla Inestroza, Anna Elsner, Ramon Becerra, Patrick Jackson, Chante Wilson, Javier Alanis, Derek Gorey, Sandra Montes D. Camila, Sally Hornberg, Courtney Pete, Wayne Foster, Dennis Gates, Odarius Broden, David Walters, Juan Garcia, Devonte James, Deuce Venters, Micah Davis, Camarion Daniels, Gregory Shade, German Gomez, German Aguiar, Nathan Bartel, Edzevian Galloway, Dennis Fries, Jose Bustillos, Aubrey Fontenot, Jonathan Paniagua, Pedro Ochoa, Walter Plummer, Dennis Sharp, Ray Maxwell, Nestor Herrera, Lisa Smith, Randell Wilson, Armando Ramon, Eddie Stovall, Kiara Gladney, Idris Oyo, Elizabeth Myers, Jose Valesquez, Deshundra Armstrong, Edward Cowan, Mark Trevino, Joshua Romo, Vashun Williams, Lori Grinstead, Tommy Trammell, Joshua Lazard, Roy Craven, Dan Chupbach, Donald Hall, Morris Washington, Haven Kinsey, Kendrick Jackson, Derek Jackson, Ashley Wynn, David Johnson, Dakota Salazar, Adrian Cannon, Brent Watts, Louis Yanez, Reda Said, Kelvin Johnson, Katrina Porter, Layla Jones, Andrew Garcia, Misty Garganios, Hugo Lopez, Tracy Pickering, Corey Shepard, Nestor Casillo Ostos, Harrison Brown, Carlos Canales, Daisha Finley, Isaac Lowe, Mahinor Said, Sean White, Victor Escobar, Gary Hunter, James Cross, Dominique McCoy, Gerald Cole, Christopher Lovings, Gary Collin, Peyton Smith, Larry Dixon, Saul Robledo, Jarvis Coleman, Jacoby Webb, Christopher McCulley, Christian Torres, Caden Wadsworth, Meriterian Joseph, Maurice Taubert, Jacoby Stewart, Jeremiah Logan, Juan Hernandez, Roland Morris, Evan Allen, Stephen Davis, Justin Shoemaker, and Herman Hall.
We now have time for music and meditation. Please come forward and light a candle if you so wish, or place a picture or memento of a loved one on the altar. We pause in reading the names of those who have been killed in Harris County to acknowledge the mass shootings that have taken place since the start of 2023. There have been at least 155 of them. That's more than one mass shooting per day. These acts of needless violence have left more than 200 people dead and over 600 people injured. So we memorialize them by naming these acts of violence and hold the dead, the injured, their friends, their families, and their communities in our hearts as we read. Begin with Ocala, Florida, January 1st, 2023. 2 dead, 4 injured. January 1st, Chicago, Illinois, 1 dead, 3 injured. January 1st, Miami Gardens, Florida, 9 injured. January 1st, Durham, North Carolina, 5 injured. January 1st, Allentown, Pennsylvania, 4 injured. January 3rd, Washington, D.C., 3 injured. January 3rd, New Orleans, Louisiana, 5 injured. January 4th, Cedar City, Utah, 8 dead. January 4th, Baltimore, Maryland, 1 dead, 4 injured. January 4th, Dumfries, Virginia, 1 dead, 4 injured. January 5th, New Orleans, Louisiana, 2 dead, 3 injured. January 5th, Miami Gardens, Florida, 10 injured. January 6th, Dallas, Texas, 3 dead, 2 injured. January 6th, San Francisco, California, 1 dead, 3 injured. January 7th, High Point, North Carolina, 5 dead. January 7th, Huntsville, Alabama, 2 dead, 9 injured. January 8th, Minneapolis, Minnesota, 4 injured. January 8th, Albany, Georgia, 4 injured. January 9th, Minneapolis, Minnesota, 4 injured. January 9th, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, 3 dead, 1 injured. January 9th, Denver, Colorado, 4 injured. January 13th, Cleveland, Ohio, 4 dead, 1 injured. January 14th, St. Louis, Missouri, 4 injured. January 15th, Rockford, Illinois, 3 dead, 2 injured. January 15th, Houston, Texas, 1 dead, 4 injured. January 15th, Homestead, Florida, 1 dead, 3 injured. January 15th, Phoenix, Arizona, 4 injured. January 16th, Goshen, California, 6 dead. January 16th, Sanford, Florida, 1 dead, 5 injured. January 16th, Fort Pierce, Florida, 1 dead, 7 injured. January 17th, Houston, Texas, 4 injured. January 21st, Monterey, California, 12 dead, 9 injured. January 22nd, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, 12 injured. January 22nd, Robbinsville, Mississippi, 4 injured. January 22nd, Shreveport, Louisiana, 1 dead, 7 injured. January 23rd, Chicago, Illinois, 2 dead, 3 injured. January 23rd, Oakland, California, 1 dead, 4 injured. January 23rd, Half Moon Bay, California, 7 dead, 1 injured. January 24th, Red Springs, North Carolina, 3 dead, 1 injured. January 26th, Lancaster, Pennsylvania, 4 injured. January 26th, Newark, New Jersey, 1 dead, 4 injured. January 27th, San Diego, California, 1 dead, 3 injured. January 28th, Andrews, South Carolina, 2 dead, 2 injured. January 28th, Austin, Texas, 2 dead, 3 injured. January 28th, Beverly Hills, California, 3 dead, 2 injured. January 28th, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, 4 injured. January 29th, Columbus, Ohio, 1 dead, 3 injured. January 29th, Greensboro, North Carolina, 1 dead, 6 injured. January 30th, Lakeland, Florida, 11 injured. January 30th, Dallas, Texas, 1 dead, 4 injured. January 31st, Durham, North Carolina, 2 dead, 2 injured. February 1st, Los Angeles, California, 5 injured. February 1st, Texas City, Texas, 4 injured. February 4th, Huntsville, Texas, 2 dead, 2 injured. February 5th, Newport, Arkansas, 1 dead, 4 injured. February 5th, Stockton, California, 1 dead, 3 injured. February 5th, Tucson, Arizona, 1 dead, 3 injured. February 5th, Peyton, Colorado, 2 dead, 3 injured. February 6th, Corpus Christi, Texas, 1 dead, 4 injured. February 8th, Laurinburg, North Carolina, 4 injured. February 8th, New Orleans, Louisiana, 2 dead, 4 injured. February 8th, Elizabeth City, North Carolina, 4 injured. February 10th, Brooklyn, New York, 4 injured. February 10th, Bronx, New York, 2 dead, 2 injured. February 12th, Louisville, Mississippi, 1 dead, 5 injured. February 13th, Patterson, New Jersey, 4 dead. February 13th, East Lansing, Michigan, 4 dead, 5 injured. February 14th, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, 4 dead. February 14th, Buffalo, New York, 5 injured. February 15th, Baltimore, Maryland, 4 injured. February 15th, El Paso, Texas, 1 dead, 4 injured. February 17th, Coldwater, Mississippi, 6 dead. February 17th, Columbus, Georgia, 9 injured. February 18th, St. Louis, Missouri, 4 injured. February 18th, Columbus, Georgia, 3 dead, 1 injured. February 18th, Loris, South Carolina, 4 injured. February 19th, Chicago, Illinois, 3 dead, 3 injured. February 19th, Indianapolis, Indiana, 4 injured. February 19th, Memphis, Tennessee, 1 dead, 10 injured. February 19th, New Orleans, Louisiana, 1 dead, 4 injured. February 21st, Colorado Springs, Colorado, 5 injured. February 22nd, Orlando, Florida, 3 dead, 2 injured. Scott, would you like to come in? Read this and then we'll bring Melissa.
Where'd you end? Where'd you end?
Oh, I ended at the top.
February 23rd, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, 7 injured. February 24th, Abbeville, Louisiana, 4 injured. February 25th, St. Paul, Minnesota, 2 dead, 3 injured. February 25th, Manchesney Park, Illinois, 4 injured. February 26th, Detroit, Michigan, 2 dead, 2 injured. February 26th, Pompano Beach, Florida, 2 dead, 2 injured. February 26th, Memphis, Tennessee, 1 dead, 4 injured. February 27th, Memphis, Tennessee, 2 dead, 3 injured. February 27th, New Richmond, Ohio, 4 dead, 1 injured. March 1st, Cocoa, Florida, 4 dead. March 4th, Los Angeles, California, 4 injured. March 4th, Douglasville, Georgia, 2 dead, 7 injured. March 4th, Cape Girardeau, Missouri, 5 injured. March 4th, San Pedro, California, 5 injured. March 5th, Bollingsbrook, Illinois, 3 dead, 1 injured. March 5th, Capitol Heights, Maryland, 4 injured. March 5th, Lake City, Florida, 4 injured. March 5th, Shreveport, Louisiana, 4 injured. March 6th, Sacramento, California, 3 dead, 1 injured. March 6th, Memphis, Tennessee, 3 dead, 1 injured. March 7th, Memphis, Tennessee, 4 injured. March 7th, Pine Bluff, Arkansas, 2 dead, 2 injured. March 10th, Hialeah, Florida, 5 dead. March 11th, Brooklyn, New York, 1 dead, 3 injured. March 11th, Vancouver, Washington, 1 dead, 3 injured. March 12th, Dallas, Texas, 4 dead. March 13th, Lubbock, Texas, 1 dead, 3 injured. March 14th, Birmingham, Alabama, 4 dead. March 15th, Portland, Oregon, 2 dead, 2 injured. March 18th, Columbus, Ohio, 2 dead, 4 injured. March 18th, Chicago, Illinois, 4 injured. March 18th, Dallas, Texas, 4 injured. March 20th, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, 1 dead, 5 injured. March 21st, Trenton, New Jersey, 4 injured. March 21st, Sumter, South Carolina, 5 dead. March 23rd, Baltimore, Maryland, 1 dead, 5 injured. March 24th, Shreveport, Louisiana, 8 injured. March 5th, Macomb, Illinois, 1 dead, 10 injured. March 25th, Shreveport, Louisiana, 1 dead, 5 injured. March 25th, Hempstead, New York, 4 injured. March 25th, Williamston, North Carolina, 5 injured. March 26th, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, 2 dead, 2 injured. March 26th, Minneapolis, Minnesota, 6 injured. March 26th, Little Rock, Arkansas, 2 dead, 5 injured. March 26th, Minden, Louisiana, 4 injured. March 27th, Nashville, Tennessee, 7 dead. March 27th, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, 5 injured. March 29th, Memphis, Tennessee, 2 dead, 5 injured. April 1st, Baltimore, Maryland, 3 dead, 1 injured. April 2nd, Washington, D.C., 4 injured. April 2nd, Moreno Valley, California, 4 injured. April 2nd, Fayetteville, North Carolina, 1 dead, 4 injured. April 3rd, Jackson, Tennessee, 4 injured. April 3rd, Atlanta, Georgia, 1 dead, 3 injured. April 3rd, Pueblo, Colorado, 1 dead, 3 injured. April 4th, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, 1 dead, 4 injured. April 5th, Virginia Beach, Virginia, 4 injured. April 6th, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, 4 injured. April 7th, Isle of Palms, South Carolina, 5 injured. April 7th, New Orleans, Louisiana, 4 injured. April 8th, Houston, Texas, 4 injured. April 9th, Orlando, Florida, 3 dead, 2 injured. April 10th, Louisville, Kentucky, 6 dead, 5 injured. April 11th, Washington, D.C., 1 dead, 3 injured. April 12th, Toledo, Ohio, 6 injured. April 12th, Goldsboro, North Carolina, 1 dead, 5 injured. April 12th, Fort Wayne, Indiana, 1 dead, 3 injured. April 12th, Trenton, New Jersey, 4 injured. April 13th, Bronx, New York, 4 injured. April 13th, Houston, Texas, 4 injured. April 13th, Houston, Texas, 4 injured. April 13th, Detroit, Michigan, 4 injured. And April 13th, Bridgeport, Connecticut, 4 injured. And now I invite forward Melissa Holmes to tell her story.
Sorry, I had to step out, y'all. That was rough. I want to start by saying thank you to the people who organized this. I want to thank you for taking the time to read all of the names for Harris County today, to read all of them. The statistics on gun violence are so bad, I think it can become overwhelming and easy to forget that there's an individual name and an individual life behind the numbers. Since my loss, I've spoken to a lot of elected officials, both in legislative hearings and in private meetings. And because this is Texas, a lot of times what I hear back are excuses. They say, well, this particular law wouldn't have stopped that shooting, and that law wouldn't have saved this person's life. But what a survivor knows is that every life is an entire world. As if our only two options are magically 0 deaths or just live with 40,000. Every life taken is an entire world gone. My friend was killed in an act of domestic violence with a gun. And every month in this country, more than 50 women are killed in domestic violence with a gun. In the year she was killed, she would have been number 157. But her name wasn't 157. Her name was Katie. And she was my friend. But I don't want the death of Katie to be bigger than the life of Katie. So I want to just take a minute, tell you about the world that was Katie. And she was born in the mountains, and she went to elementary school at this weird little hippie elementary school that was named after the land in the Lord of the Rings where all the fairies lived. She was 5'11" by the time she got to 8th grade. She called me Peanut, but I didn't mind. She had to be touching you to have a conversation. If you were sitting down, she might lean her knee into you, or if you were standing, she might lean on you a little bit. If nothing else, she would just creep her toe over ever so slightly so it was touching yours. She had to be connected to communicate. She cried every time she watched The Lion King, every single time. And not even at the end or when Mufasa dies, but from the very beginning, the very first note, you know, the singer, the sun rises, tears every single time. And now so do I. She thought being a girl was kind of a raw deal. And she said she was never going to have kids until they figured out how to gestate them in a test tube. But 10 years later, she became the most devoted and gentle mother to 2 boys. She was a daughter and a mother and an amazing friend that transformed the lives of the people around her. So thank you for coming to that world with me. I'm gonna miss Katie and I love you.
Thank you so much for sharing your story. Is Carlton Harris here?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm a community partner with Moms Demand Action and Everytown Against Gun Violence. Our organization is called The Forgotten Third. The Forgotten Third name comes from 1 out of 3 individuals that are released from prison that successfully reintegrate back into the community after being released for at least 3 years. National statistics talks about the 2 out of 3 that recidivate and go back into the justice system, but they never talk about the 1 out of 3 that get out and become successful, that gives back to the community and to society. I recently just left the Harris County Juvenile Probation Department, where I go in and mentor young men who remind me of myself. I am a former drug dealer and gang member. I've been involved in gun violence, both as a victim and as a perpetrator. And my goal is to go back into the correctional facilities and also into our schools to share my story so that I can help impact the life and change the mind of our young men and women that are getting access to weapons and perpetuating violence in their communities. One of the key things that we do is take a public health approach to violence prevention, looking at the social ecological model, which tells us that we need to define the problem, adopt strategies, assure widespread adoption of those strategies in underserved communities. I've been out of prison now over 23 years. I'm a father of 6 sons. My oldest son is 29. He is a police officer. I have a 21-year-old son and a 19-year-old son, both that are in college. I have a set of twins that are 16 that are sophomores in high school, but also freshmen in college doing a dual credit. And then I have a 14-year-old son who is a freshman in high school. So there's never a dull moment in my house. And one thing I realize is that when we make change, the change is also a generational blessing upon your family. Just like if you're living a negative lifestyle and you have that generational curse, I broke that curse over my family being involved in gun violence and gang violence and selling drugs when I changed my life. I accepted Christ in my life when I was in prison. At the age of 19, I was sentenced to 18 years in prison. And it was at that time that I knew that I needed to make a change. When the police raided my house, they found drugs, they found a gun, and in fact, the gun was located under the pillow that I laid my head on, and my son, who's now 29 years old, was about 5 months at the time, and he was laying in the bed with me. And so he could have easily got access to that weapon and, killed himself or killed me because I didn't know any better. And so my main goal and mission is to help educate our young people on the ignorance that they may have, or thinking that, this will not happen to them, because it could very well happen to them. It can be so close to them that someone in their house get access to a weapon that's not, secure. So I speak to them. I've been partners with Be Smart and Moms Demand Action and Wear Orange. I used to be the Youth Violence Prevention City Lead for the city of Houston for 6 years. And I've worked with Mom Demand Action for all that time. And I'm currently working with them also in my own organization and in a new capacity. I have CVI background, which is Community Violence Interruption. I am a credible messenger, and I do use the public health approach to reducing violence by increasing the protective factors to offset those shared risk factors that our underserved youth and young adults do not have access to in underserved communities. And so it's an honor and a privilege to be here just to share my story, and also just to let everyone know that there are advocates out there working with our young adults to let them know that carrying those weapons are wrong. The lifestyle that they're living is wrong, and that we understand that in order for them to exit out of those gang relationships, we must create new relationships that they can enter into. Because one thing about youth and young adults is that the frontal lobe of the brain does not fully develop until they're 25. So they're making decisions off of impulse. They're making decisions based off of their peers being around them and negatively influencing them to make those decisions. Currently, right now, in the detention center downtown, the majority of the young men that are there and young women are there for some type of aggravated offense. It may be an aggravated robbery. It may be a shooting. And unfortunately, some are even in there for murder. So I go and speak to them and share my story so that we can help change this narrative that guns are the answer in our streets, that violence is the answer in our streets. I do a lot of work with restorative justice and having them look at themselves and look at their lives and sitting down and having a healthy conversation on positive decision making. And so it's just an honor and a privilege to be here. Thank you. And I'll be over there with the other partners if anyone want to stop by and talk to me about the work that I'm doing in our communities and in our juvenile facilities. Thank you.
I'd like to invite Kim Waller to come up and read some names from the list of Harris County dead.
Jose Zapata, Delante Maxey, Jeffrey Kilby, Derek Davis, Curtis Mobley, Leonard Barr, Jennifer Hernandez, Jorge Diaz Martinez, Jordan Capucheno, Joshua Norris, Aaron Tolan, Priscilla Foster, Michael Essien, Juan Juarez, Charles Blair, Christopher May, Takara Hightower, Gregory Hightower, Alexandria Sayer, Stephen Harris, Rick Gonzalez, Emilio Caporal, Destiny Govan, Hugo Canamar, Brian Cuevas, Arthur Acosta, Jefferson Romero Canas, Yogesh Sharma, Jonathan Hensley, Houston Dowell, David De La Garza, Calvin Holland, Christopher Williams, Yavian Levy, Marcos Arevalo, Jocelyn Douglas, Stephen Johnson, Kevin Adams, Carrie Kaiser, Jante Grant, Mara Gutierrez, Jose Espinosa, Conard Hargest, Julio Benitez, Ron Welsh, George Keane, Brian Gradney, Han Nagin, Long Nagoon, Sutoras Prince, Julio Mauricio, Kieri Risk Young, John Scales, Henry Roberts, Jason Williams, Tamika Bynes, Clinton Bemis, Scott Nolet, Violet Parrish, Joshua Rivera, Albert Wilson, Tamara Sawyer, Eddie Lanier, Larry Perez, Nicole Babcock, Doris Castleberry, Diego Chan Vasquez, Jakari Bynes, Tashawn Limuel, Tammy Revilla, Doyle Jones, Michael Dolch, Yolanda Flores, Jeffrey Hansen, Robert Floyd, Corey Denault, Jose Izaguirre, Altro Tate, Terry Pitre, Patrick Hillis, Galvin Huerta, Christian Schott, Johan Garcia, Stephen Barron, Darian Dudley, Michael Wood, Sean Hampton.
We now have a musical meditation. I'd like to invite Luke Whitney to come forward and share his story.
It's hard to know where to start whenever talking about these types of losses. I love what was shared earlier about every life is a world. That's what it feels like when we lose someone that we're close to. In 2021, I lost my sibling, Nathan Whitney, to death by suicide with use of a gun. Around that time, or the years around before that, they were struggling a lot with depression. Nathan was such a light in the world for everyone who knew him. To this day, I do not know someone who gives a hug that can match the hugs that Nathan gave. You felt, or I felt, and others that got to experience Nate's hugs shared the similar feelings that it was like the rest of the world disappeared when Nate was hugging you. All the troubles, your shoulders would relax and you would just let go. When we talk about the lives that have been lost to gun violence, every one of those lives meant something to the people around them. It's hard when it comes to guns to have those conversations sometimes, and because it so often is these days such a divisive topic. But everyone has someone they love. Nathan got his gun from my father's gun safe, which my father installed after the first time that my brother attempted suicide. My parents were amazing at working with Nathan to try and help him in his struggle. And I think it just goes to show that even when well-meaning people try to do the right things, without the right information, it's hard to know that there was anything else you could have done. But I know for a fact that had my parents been aware of more that they could have done, they absolutely 100% would have done that. So I don't focus on what could have been done anymore. Instead, I think that I let the loss of the light in the world that is every person that we lose to gun violence sink into my heart and drive me to look at everyone as someone who means something to someone else. And what would we want the people in their lives to continue to experience with that person? I think if I could have another moment with Nathan, and if anyone else who has lost someone could have another moment, we absolutely would choose to. And my heart goes out to all of you. Thank you so much for your bravery and your resilience in continuing on and sharing those messages. I love you all, and I know that if Nate was here, he would express the same. Thank you.
I'd like to invite Reverend Denise Junius to come forward and offer us a prayer.
Let us pray. O divine creator of all, we come to you with our hearts open for your guidance and for our love as we reflect on the lives of so many who have been harmed and killed by gun violence in these United States and right here in this city. For God, we know that many of the dead are our children, our brothers, our sisters, our friends, our teachers. For our children, we know that they will never have a chance to experience life as we know it, the love of family and the love of friends. Many of the harmed are people who have not only experienced the piercing of a bullet into their bodies, but have also experienced the fracturing of families, the fracturing of hope, the fracturing of dreams. And so we lift all of the families. Today we are asking for healing. We're asking for comfort. We're asking for peace. May those lives lost rest in peace. May those who have been left behind be comforted in the love of family and friends and in your love. Help us to be called into bold and courageous action. Help us to remain steadfast in our love for each other and our support for our community. Help us to know that each life matters and that we have an opportunity to bear witness to what can be done to ensure that the suffering ends. For those family and friends represented here today, know that we see you, we are with you, and we ask the eternal divine that no one may feel alone, for in your presence we walk together. In your presence we walk towards hope. Amen.
I'd like to invite Kathy Brooks forward to come read names.
Charles Langham, Martha Soto, Keith Johnson, Leticia Espinoza, Isaac Gutierrez Silva, Don Steen Jones, Mario Martinez, Gary Loftman, Jose Miranda Rubio, Ashley Archer, Alfredo Gonzalez Garza, Brian Hakey, Fitzroy George, Eric Schnell, Michael Alber, Juan Romero, Jared Luchak, Jared Paquette, Daquan Landry, Richard Kelly, Matthew Taylor, Olasithi Singamana, Kevin Hernandez, Eric Bautista, Xavier Garza, Ronsky Leday, Kevin Daly, Joseph Wiltz, Chad Hartsfield, Kersnick Ball, Bernardino Cavillo Flores, Rafael Hernandez Lopez, Jeffrey Terry, Marquise Webb, Deja Risi, Christopher Hollis, Pascal Broussard, Edgar Ponce, Talisha Grooms, Kenneth Stelly, Michelle Martinez.
If Patrick Brooks would like to come forward.
Omar Martinez, Marvin Parry, Dallas Daniel, Paul Ontiveros, Randall Oshman, Jeremy Roberts, Desmond Ridley, William Decker, Satterfield Landry, Troy Jefferson, Luis Soto, Anthony Dedrick, John Chambers, Syra Martinez, Jean Paul Jones, Marco Soto Mendoza, Shauna Bryand, Christopher Flores Osorio, Arnie Richardson, Olegario Guerrero, Darian Palacios, Richard Rocco, Anthony Palacios, Ivan Rojas, J. Kenneth Evans, Joshua Rojas, Edwin Quinteros ZK, Theodore Lehman, Dennis Tran, Kevin Nava, Luis Ibarra, Jordan Segura, Jasani Richard, Michael Monteroso Carrillo, Jeffrey Bednars, Kelvin Laney, Cecil McDaniel, President Wynn, Demarion Lewis, Danae Reed, Isaac Alcaraz.
We will now have a time for music and meditation.
That was lovely. Thank you. I now invite Ed Halloran forward to read names. Read one page.
Eric Venusilan, Yuslady Rivero Gonzalez, LaShawn Grays, Daniel Sauceda, Kevin Loosemore, Isaac de los Santos, Daniel Jackson, Dimitri Hoskins, Carlos Kepke, John Lepin, Connie Sanders, James Richardson, Leonard Prince, Jorge Cruz Arteaga, Charles Robertson, Robin Brown, Stephen Shorter, Alexis Alsop, Victor Caballero, Avery Boyd, Mylan Phillips, Leonardo Silva, Cornelius Sorina, Daniel Harrington, David Mona, Jorge Lopez, Kenaya Osorio, Harley Belote, Richard Belote, Jack Mussett, Nigel Lyons, Gregory Lockey, Joshua Davis, Terrence Jordan, Kenneth Battle, Joshua Ruiz, John Gibson. Kylan Nuncio. Alvaro Calleja. James Blanton. Robert Estrada. Daniel Strahan. Jordan Gaffney.
Thank you. I invite forward Rhiannon Collette to share her story.
I don't have a lot of regrets when it comes to my relationship with my mom because we were very close. And I always told her I loved her and she knew all of that. But one thing I really do regret is that at her memorial service, I couldn't give a eulogy because I was just too broken. So maybe that's why I'm here today, to kind of say the words I wanted to say then but couldn't say. My mom was an amazing person. She loved everyone and everything ferociously. One time we were kids, she set a bucket of water on top of a frog and accidentally broke its leg. And she made a little bandage and a splint for it so it would get better. She was the kind of person that made you feel like you were the most important person in the world. And she had, like many of us, she had mental health problems. Nothing that I really detected as a kid, but in hindsight. And I guess it's cliche to say I never thought this would happen, but it's true. We grew up with guns in our house. My parents were avid shooters. My mom had her concealed carry license. She had a gun in her purse at all times. Just assumed they were responsible gun owners. I didn't know the statistics that I know now. That a vast majority of gun deaths are suicides. And that just having a gun in the house dramatically increases your risk. I regret a lot of things now. I regret not asking the questions. I regret not talking to her directly about suicide. I regret not going into the house and taking the guns away. Just did not think it would happen. Most of all, I regret that she doesn't get to know my kids. My boys are 8 and 4. They'll never get to know her. What an amazing person she is. That's why I talk about her all the time. I talk about how much she loved the world, how generous her spirit was, how compassionate and empathetic she was to everyone she knew. I make her recipes. I have her voicemails saved in my phone. And I talk about her story all the time because I think it's important for people to talk. I think it's important for people to understand that this is a serious problem and it affects, like you said earlier, It affects everybody. Everybody's been touched by gun violence in some way. And I think it's communities like this, all of these people on this list whose families have been touched by gun violence, coming together, advocating for change, trying to make a difference. That's how we keep their memories alive. Thank you.
I now offer up another few moments for silent prayer, meditation. If you're so moved, please come forward and light a candle. You may leave a photo if you'd like, or other memento. Sometimes the silence can take us deeper than mere words. The Teal hymn book with me, once again to number 1009. It's a meditation on breathing, and we'll sing through it several times. Some of you may know it, some of you may just be learning it. I would like to have our clarinetist play through it once for us. Breathe in, I'll breathe in peace. When I breathe out, I'll breathe out love. When I breathe
breathe out, I'll breathe out love.
I'd like to invite Kimberly Nelson forward.
Andrei Zakharenkov, Joel Sanchez, Homer Grant, Charles Cupp, Evan Martinez, Ashley Lopez, Edward Jones, Mateen King, Alexander Houston, Christian Mancy, Stephen David, Jaron Robertson, Milton Cole, J.D. Turner, Sandario Hamilton, Armante Palmer, Anderson Acosta Acosta, Quentin Manuel, Tyrone Fiamon, Tiffany Rodriguez, Ryan Salvaggio, Andre Haygood, Luis Casillas, Dontre Jefferson, Jeffrey McBride, Conrad Punzalan, Michael Pierce, Ricky Ortega, Pedro Anzures, Marissa Dykman, Tymerick Griffin, Brianne Lockhart, Santini Araiza, Alfredo Salgado, Anna Hutton.
That concludes the list of those who have died in Harris County from gun violence. Sarah Sidoff will offer us a performative meditation. Her artist statement can be found in the order of service. Since Columbine, there have been 377 school shootings. They've left many dead, traumatized entire generation, and turned schools from places of joy and learning to spaces of restriction and fear where the prospect of violence is ever present. We mourn the dead, embrace the living, and pray that those with the power to act will adopt common sense gun laws to prevent needless tragedies from continuing to occur. We now read the names or the locations of those school shootings since 1999. Columbine High School, Littleton, Colorado, 24 injured, 13 dead. Heritage High School, Conyers, Georgia, 9 injured. Deming Middle School, Deming, New Mexico, 1 injured. Fort Gibson Middle School, Gibson, Oklahoma, 5 injured. Irwin High School, Asheville, North Carolina, no casualties. McKinley Elementary School, Lisbon, Ohio, no casualties. Dimmitt Middle School, Renton, Washington, no casualties. Mount Healthy North Junior High, Mount Healthy, Ohio, no casualties. Pioneer Elementary School, Glendale, Arizona, no casualties. Newman Smith High School, Carrollton, Texas, no casualties. Caro Learning Center, Caro, Michigan, no casualties. Hueneme High School, Oxnard, California, no casualties. Osborne High School, Detroit, Michigan, 3 injured. Granite Hills High School, El Cajon, California, 5 injured. Kentwood High School, Covington, Washington, no casualties. Santana High School, Santee, California, 13 injured, 2 dead. Monroe City Alternative Center, Monroe, Louisiana, no casualties. Wahluke High School, Matwa, Washington, no casualties. Ennis High School, Ennis, Texas, no casualties. Raymond High School, Jackson, Mississippi, no casualties. John Barrett Middle School, Carmichael, California, no casualties. Ambler Avenue Elementary School, Los Angeles, 2 injured. Scurry Roser High School, Scurry, Texas, no casualties. West Carter Middle School, Olive Hill, Kentucky, no casualties. John McNoe High School, New Orleans, 4 injured, 1 dead. Red Lion Area Junior High School, 1 dead. Red Lion, Pennsylvania. Rock L. Butler Middle School, no casualties, Wellsboro, Pennsylvania. Burns Middle School, Lawndale, North Carolina, no casualties. Rocori High School, Cold Spring, Minnesota, 2 dead. Lewis and Clark High School, Spokane, Washington, 1 injured. Marion High School, Marion, Louisiana, no casualties. Fay Galloway Elementary School, Henderson, Nevada, 1 dead. Columbia High School, Greenbush, New York, 1 injured. Red Lake Senior High, Red Lake, Minnesota, 5 injured, 8 dead. Farmington High School, Farmington, Michigan, no casualties. Campbell County High School, Jacksboro, Tennessee, 2 injured, 1 dead. Pine Middle School, Reno, Nevada, 2 injured. East Chapel Hill High School, Chapel Hill, North Carolina, no injuries. Northampton Senior High School, Northampton, Pennsylvania, no casualties. Orange High School, Hillsborough, North Carolina, 2 injured. Weston High School, Casanova, Wisconsin, 1 dead. Plate Canyon High School, Bailey, Colorado, 1 dead. Memorial High School, Joplin, Missouri, no casualties. West Nichols Mine School, Nickel Mines, Pennsylvania, 5 injured, 5 dead. Robert Taft Information Technology High School, Cincinnati, Ohio, no casualties. Virginia Tech University, Blacksboro, Virginia, 26 injured, 32 dead. Springwater Trail Hill School, Gershom, Oregon, 10 injured. Las Plumas High School, Orville, California, no casualties. Success Tech Academy, Cleveland, Ohio, 4 injured. Northern Illinois University, DeKalb, Illinois, 16 injured, 5 dead. Stockton Springs Elementary School, Stockton Springs, Maine, no casualties.
LaRose Cutoff Middle School, LaRose, Louisiana, no casualties. Deer Creek Middle School, Littleton, Colorado, 2 injured. Discovery Middle School, Madison, Alabama, 1 dead. Woodrow Wilson High School, Portsmouth, Virginia, no casualties. Sullivan Central High School, Blountville, Tennessee, 1 dead. Socastee High School, Conway, South Carolina, 1 injured. Kelly Elementary School, Carlsbad, California, 2 injured. Marinette High School, Marinette, Wisconsin, no casualties. Millard South High School, Omaha, Nebraska, 1 injured, 1 dead. Issaquah High School in Seattle, Washington, no casualties. Chardon High School in Chardon, Ohio, 3 injured and 3 dead. Episcopal School of Jacksonville, Jacksonville, Florida, 1 dead. Oikos University in Oakland, California, 3 injured, 7 dead. Perry Hall High School in Perry Hall, Maryland, 1 injured. Normal Community High School, Normal, Illinois, no casualties. Sandy Hook Elementary School in Newtown, Connecticut, 26 dead. Taft Union High School, Taft, California, 2 injured. Santa Monica College, Santa Monica, California, 3 injured, 5 dead. Ronald E. McNair Discovery Learning Academy, Decatur, Georgia, no casualties. Sparks Middle School, Sparks, Nevada, 2 injured, 1 dead. Arapahoe High School, Centennial, Colorado, 1 dead. Berendo Middle School, Roswell, New Mexico, 2 injured. University of California, Santa Monica, Isla Vista, California, 14 injured, 6 dead. Reynolds High School, Troutdale, Oregon, 1 injured, 1 dead. West High School, Manchester, New Hampshire, no casualties. Marysville Pilchuck High School, Marysville, Washington, 3 injured, 4 dead. North Thurston High School, Lacey, Washington, no casualties. South Macon Elementary School, Franklin, North Carolina, no casualties. William Velasquez Elementary School, Richmond, Texas, no casualties. Harrisburg High School, Harrisburg, South Dakota, 1 injured. Umpqua Community College, Roseburg, Oregon, 7 injured, 9 dead. Madison High School, Middletown, Ohio, 4 injured. Antigo High School, Antigo, Wisconsin, 2 injured. Townville Elementary School, Townville, South Carolina, 3 injured, 1 dead. Mueller Park Junior High School, Bountiful, Utah, no casualties. West Liberty Salem High School, West Liberty, Ohio, 1 injured. Columbus, Scioto, 6 through 12, Columbus, Ohio, no casualties. Freeman High School, Rockford, Washington, 3 injured, 1 dead. Mattoon High School, Mattoon, Illinois, 1 injured. Rancho Tehama Elementary School, Rancho Tehama Reserve, California, 18 injured. Aztec High School, Aztec, New Mexico, 2 dead. Dalton High School, Dalton, Georgia, no casualties. Dennis Intermediate School, Richmond, Indiana, no casualties. Italy High School, Italy, Texas, 1 injured. Marshall County High School, Benton, Kentucky, 18 injured, 2 dead. Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School, Parkland, Florida, 17 injured, 17 dead. Forest High School, Ocala, Florida, 1 injured. Santa Fe High School, Santa Fe, Texas, 13 injured, 10 dead. Noblesville West Middle School, Noblesville, Indiana, 2 injured. Dixon High School, 1 injured. North Scott Junior High School, Eldridge, Iowa, no casualties.
I'd like to invite Ellen Benninghoven up to continue the reading.
Villa Heights Elementary School, Charlotte, North Carolina, no casualties. Frederick Douglass High School, Baltimore, Maryland, 1 injured. Park Rose High School, Portland, Oregon, no casualties. Winbrook Elementary Theme School, Stone Mountain, Georgia, 10 injured. STEM School, Highlands Ranch, Colorado, 8 injured, 1 dead. Lod Pepple Stadium, Mobile, Alabama, 10 injured. Saugus High School, Santa Clara, California, 3 injured, 2 dead. Sacred Heart School, Jersey City, New Jersey, no casualties. Austin East Magnet High School, Knoxville, Tennessee, 1 injured. San Diego High School, San Diego, California, no casualties. Forest Lake Elementary, Columbia, South Carolina, no casualties. Rigby Middle School, Rigby, Indiana, 3 injured. Bethela Academy, Savannah, Georgia, 1 injured. School of the Future, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, 7 injured, 4 dead. Yes Prep, Houston, Texas, 1 injured. Edmund Burke School, Washington, D.C., 4 injured. Robb Elementary School, Uvalde, Texas, 18 injured, 22 dead. Xavier University, Louisiana, New Orleans, Louisiana, 2 injured, 1 dead. Delaware State University, Dover, Delaware, 4 injured. Richfield High School, Richfield, Minnesota, 2 injured. Roxborough High School, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, 4 injured, 1 dead. Rudsdale Newcomer High School, Oakland, California, 5 injured, 1 dead. Newburgh Free Academy, Newburgh, New York, 3 injured. McLean High School, Tulsa, Oklahoma, 3 injured, 1 dead. University of Arizona, Tucson, Arizona, 1 dead. Whitmer High School, Toledo, Ohio, 3 injured. Morgan State University, Baltimore, Maryland, 1 injured. Central Visual and Performing Arts School, St. Louis, Missouri, 7 injured, 3 dead. University of St. Joseph, West Hartford, Connecticut, 1 injured. Ingram High School, Seattle, Washington, 1 dead. Jones High School, Orlando, Florida, 2 injured, 1 dead. University of Virginia, Charlottesville, Virginia, 2 injured, 3 dead. University of New Mexico, Albuquerque, New Mexico, 1 injured, 1 dead. Florida A&M University, Tallahassee, Florida, 4 injured, 1 dead. Benito Juarez High School, Chicago, Illinois, 2 injured, 2 dead. Trix Academy, Detroit, Michigan, 1 dead. Rignick Elementary School, Newport News, Virginia, 1 injured. Franklin High School, Portland, Oregon, 1 injured. Stanford Elementary Schools, Stanford, Kentucky, 1 injured. Starts Right Here Charter School, Des Moines, Iowa, 1 injured, 2 dead. Michigan State University, East Lansing, Michigan, 5 injured, 4 dead. Westinghouse Academy, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, 4 injured. South Carolina State University, Orangeburg, South Carolina, 1 injured. Colby College, Waterville, Maine, 1 injured. Arlington Lamar High School, Arlington, Texas, 1 injured, 1 dead. Thomas Jefferson High School, Dallas, Texas, 1 injured. East High School, Denver, Colorado, 2 injured, 1 dead. Covenant School, Nashville, Tennessee, 1 injured, 7 dead. Forsyth Technical Community College, Winston-Salem, North Carolina, 1 injured.
That completes the reading of the locations of school shootings. We'll now have a time of silent contemplation and reflection. Please feel free to come forward and light a candle if you so choose.
We are nearing the end of our service. I invite you to find a gray hymnal near you and turn to page 169. And I sincerely hope you already know this song, but in case you don't, we will play through it once, and then we'll begin singing. Please rise in body or spirit and join us in song.
We shall overcome. We shall overcome. We shall overcome someday. Oh, deep in my heart, I do believe we shall overcome someday. We'll walk hand in hand. We'll walk hand in hand. We'll walk hand in hand someday. Oh, deep in my heart, I do believe we'll walk hand in hand someday. We shall all be free. We shall all be free. We shall all be free someday. Oh, deep in my heart, I do believe we shall all be free someday. We shall live in peace. We shall live in peace. We shall live in peace someday. Oh, deep in my heart, I do believe we shall live in peace someday.
Thank you. Please be seated.
I invite you to read with me the words to extinguish our chalice found on your laminated pew card. We extinguish this flame, but not the light of truth, the warmth of community, or the fire of commitment. These we carry in our hearts until we are together again. We end our service with a brief prayer. May the words we have spoken, the testimonies we have heard, the music we have listened to, the candles we have lit, the silence we have sat in, bring honor to the dead and some greater spark of healing hope, peace, and beauty into the world. We have done what we have done as an act of love for the great family of all souls, of which we are each a part. Let it be a reminder that love can be stronger than hate, and that hope will remain as long as one person is willing to reach out to another in an act of compassion. We have done what we have done in the hopes that in these hours we might collectively recall that prayers are never enough, that action is needed, and that in that recollection we might find strength to overcome what must be overcome to bring an end to gun violence. That it might be so, I invite the congregation to say, Amen. Thank you all.